Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. For the Lori Vallow. Yeah, he does have a case, so he does need to protect himself. Okay, so Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock Central Time here for the first day and opening arguments of the Karen Reed trial. If anything pops up between now and then, I will notify you in a live and also in Discord, and also go over to Toxic Orcus Discord as the gavel drops. All right, guys, we are hopping in over on the other live. Thank you so much for being here. I had to. All right. Y'all be blessed. Have a great afternoon. See you on the other live. Until then, stay safe. Hey, y'all, I'm trying to get my feeds up on Facebook, and I've got to go in and do all that. Give me just a split second. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. You guys are amazing. We really, really appreciate you being here. Oh my gosh, y'all. OMG, y'all. What do I got to edit? Just maybe that it did. I am so blessed to have you here. It has been a very awkward morning, but with that, okay, I gotta wait for that. Now I gotta get. Oh, for those of you, because we had a shortage on the power went down, I lost the counts for the iLight. So what I'm going to do is just give everybody an entry that was on the live today on the end of the month. Everybody gets an entry. Everybody will get one for that. That was my error. I really like that funk music. I know it's crazy, but I do. I like it. I like it. Oh, let me see this. I'm almost done. There's a lot of things when you have as many social media that you stream on, it's work. It's work. I have to get everything up and running, and 2 of them I have to do stuff once I'm live before I can actually be shown over there. So it's definitely one of these things. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in queue waiting for the Lori Daybell Day 7. Supposedly they are going to be the state will be resting today or tomorrow. It all depends. All depends on what's happening on their end. Yay! All my social media is up. I got the Discord tool here. I'm gonna close that one out. We already have 11 likes. Oh my gosh, y'all are awesome. You guys are so freaking awesome. You know that? You're awesome. Okay, let me get her feed up. Let me move her. Close that. Close that. Move this. Y'all, I have like 10, 12 pages I got to move around every time I do this. Hello, Sonia from El Salvador. Am I not correct? Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, if you click the thumbs up button, Sonia, click the thumbs up. Then if you comment ILIKED, just like what you see right there, you could be in a drawing to win a $50 gift card, and it is an email one. So you will be eligible. I don't care where you live, as long as you got an email and I can email it to you, you can be in the giveaway. Share screen. There we go. Da-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. I'm also getting my second live up. I always have 2 lives going at the same time, and 2 feeds at the same time, just to make sure we are all good to go. And I'm going to put this over here. We're good. Yay. Hola, Sonia. Hola. We also, from Spain, I saw E so I thought El Salvador. My bad. Sonia, welcome from Spain. Elena from Spain as well. Oh, Sonia. Hola. Are you Spanish? That is from Elena. You guys, thank you so much for joining us. What's the Vallow link? Oh, clicked on me. That was interesting. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. España. I think it's everybody. I don't know anybody who's not said, I'm tired. I cannot believe that I woke up at 6:30 thinking I had to bolt into trial. It was not a Karen Reed trial day. So I'm good. No, I'm Portuguese. Brother country. Yes. Why is my password not working? Oh, maybe. Okay, forgot password. I don't know why I have to do all this. I'm trying to sync my Apple Watch. And it's not working. My sync came unsunk. I'm so tired too, Toxic. I didn't sleep well. Keep waking up. Yep, I understand. It was not the most restful sleep last night either for me. I got to be honest. Not the most restful of sleep. Not the most restful. So it is what it is. We're all good. We all good. I know, right? But it keeps wanting me to enter in my Apple ID, and it's like, I don't know why it ain't working. Back to Apple account. Ada Brown subscriptions. Oh God, I need to deal with those. Not now. So I don't know. I don't know. Sign in and security. Okay, that's what I need. It's going to want me to have my original password. Didn't know it took my face. I did. Continue. Okay, I'm done with you. I need my watch. Was it a witness or juror that's up and left? In what? Oh, the witness. The witness became ill yesterday and got up and left. And I don't think he told the bailiff so he could notify the judge. Or say, hey, let's wait and see. You know, he just up and left and yesterday. And in this trial, I got to change my mind, get my mind switched. The last witness we had yesterday, I still have their name on banner, was Ariel Weather, CPD detective. He was the one with the good voice. No, that was the cell phone guy. He had a really good voice. So we have no idea where they're going to be today on this trial. Unfortunately, it is, I don't know, but guys, I do have this ready. Can y'all hear that? That is the taser that she is wearing around her waist, and she is a taser. So I go, every time she does an objection and it gets sustained, we taser. Yes, brother countries as well. So we've got some fun sound effects to go along with her. Let me see. I'm trying to get the end of the day yesterday. So we can watch the end of the day yesterday to catch up until they give us. We've got a lot of people waiting for the Lori Daybell trial. Oh, let's just play some fun stuff. I'll share this page. Let me do this so I can see where I am in the comparison. Okay. Come on, do what I ask, not what I don't tell you to do. Where's the volume on this? There it is.
Sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a.
These are clips from trial.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find
All right.
searches for these dates
Can I
for my
object?
husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a
Hold on.
sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different
What-
question,
no,
Your Honor.
Whether he
No.
went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question.
The judge is getting
You can
impatient.
ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Okay, we've already seen this. We're going to move on.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
I love this woman. She's so good.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
No, chicken nuggets.
Had you seen,
5.
you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not
One.
aware, no.
There
In your experience
bottle
with
of
people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it
You
to
know,
people I
but I-
interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I don't object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
No. Oh, no, he did. That's right. He did give her the
Sidebar.
During this investigation,
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
day before.
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant, apparently Miss
Oh my God. You should have put the rainbow poo. Toxic, you should have access to the rainbow poo. Any minute now, Callie. Girl 15, any minute now. Literally, any minute now. I'm watching over here, but these are just some clips So some people who haven't seen can kind of see what's going on.
Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have not only with multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for.
Vic, she is not to have the addresses directly for the subpoenas. You send the subpoena in and it gets sent to them. And so she is sending things directly to people, and that's against the victim's rights. Angela, Turtle Boy will not be a witness in the Karen Reed trial. He has been removed from the list because he was going to plead the fifth. Therefore, he can be in court with any exception of the people that have restraining orders against him.
So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor.
Outstanding subpoenas, a lot of
Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
she is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of all that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one, we haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing.
Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have not only with multiple people that she's subpoenaing.
Sorry.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong.
Well,
You said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
correct.
Nope.
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not, no.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii, I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's, again,
But you're,
testifying.
so would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of of the records that you had
I agree.
access to, is that correct?
From our review of the Social Security
I think Sarah would put her in a suitcase.
databases, which would encompass notifications. We have seen 0 notifications.
You said that I did not notify.
Charles. Where was Charles
Could, yeah.
buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
Well, this was before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money. She had him cremated, and he was mailed. He was FedEx or whatever over to my office,
Y'all like?
along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you.
Yes,
Sent him to your work office.
yes.
We've missed you, Addie.
We, the jury,
Oh, this is
find
what you,
that the
okay. They finally have released the front camera on this trial, because when we watched the verdict, all we could get was the gallery. This is her reaction to finding out. This is Linda Sturmer and her finding out that she is back in prison.
defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. We, the jury, find defendant guilty of first-degree felony murder.
Members of the jury, listen to your verdict as recorded. In regards to count 1, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Count 2, guilty of first-degree felony murder. Is this the verdict of the foreperson?
He turns her back.
Yes, it
around.
Is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes, it is.
Daughter in black and gray sweater. I wanted y'all to see that because we have not seen. Here's where she learned she's guilty.
In the Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles,
Friday.
in Department 101, the people of the State of California versus Monica Cementelli, in case number BA 452-97502. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony as charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Yep. Wonderful.
In the Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, in Department 101.
Okay, so some of us didn't get to see this. We had Monica Cementelli and Linda Sturmer both be found guilty on the same day. That was
They said,
Friday.
hey, look.
And when-
During the day of July.
And when was the last time we had any communication?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay, so you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
I don't like those. I don't like enchiladas.
You do not remember that?
Nope.
Is that what I made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
Who concluded it? I don't know.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
Okay, let's talk about this comment here because to me that's important. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada. If you're new to my channel, thank you so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate. I knew it. I just broke it too. Dagnabbit. I'll just go get it fixed. I got to get this off. It's itchy. Okay. So when it comes to deaf, we also have what's called deaf blind. And a lot of times, deaf people who have Usher syndrome will lose their hearing and some of them go blind. And so it's interesting when you're at big conferences and events, if the company is worth their salt, they will hire an interpreter if they know there's a deaf person. But some people are visually impaired and deaf at the same time. So what they do is I've done deaf blind interpreting. And how do we do that? The person puts the deaf blind person puts their hands this way and I interpret in their hands. And there's certain, like, this is laughing. This is head nodding, like someone's agreeing. There's certain things that we do that's called protactile. It's called protactile interpreting. And it is amazing to watch. And it is hard to do. There it is. I have done it a couple of times and I have to tell you, it is cool. It's cool. But then you also have people who are hearing and visually impaired. So it's called all inclusive total communication. No. That's okay. It's cute the way I find it interesting and sometimes cute how people describe themselves. We're just cute figuring out how to describe themselves briefly. Yeah. It's interesting. It's very interesting. No, it's okay. And it's interesting how people describe themselves because that's not how I see it. That's not how I see you. But it is cool. And it's nice to hear that. Thank you for sharing that, Addie, because it's nice to know that some companies are out there doing that. I know of some that are, and it's awesome. Because I had that breakdown in power, I'm having to reset some things. So it's interesting. Mom, my watch decides it's ready to do its due. Oh, come on now. Okay. So we have some movement in court, but we do not have a court here. They have the seal. So yay for that. We're getting close. We're getting close, getting close. We're getting close. We'll go there. I feel like every company should have an interpreter for hearing and blind. Well, this is true. It is frustrating. But when I have worked with companies, most of them have done well. I may not like their actual interpreter. They may not be my kind of interpreter, but they've tried. Some interpreters don't understand strict ASL to signed English. Oh, this is just a pain. How many of you have reset up your Apple Watches? Cowgirl 15. Oh, they should. Ada K, you will like this as well. It was on 60 Minutes event after 30. They offered an interpreter break. It had been pre-planned, but she laughed and declined. Normally interpreters, if you only have one and not two, you offer them a 15-minute, they sign 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off. Like with Diane and I, if we're not in a courtroom situation and there's only one person speaking, then what we'll do is we will switch off every 15 minutes or so. If it's an individual thing, then a lot of times, what is my iMessage sign in? So sorry guys. So what they will do is they do give breaks, but oh, cancel. It is very, 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 very interesting to figure out how to do that. Now, there are a few of us interpreters who are used to interpreting solo, and we are able to keep going and not take as many breaks. What happened to finding your how do I find my passwords anymore? Oh, they changed everything. This pisses me off. Anyway, really 15 minutes on and 15 minutes off. It must be much more tiring than I realized. I guess having focus. Okay, let me say this, you guys. This is the truth. They put an interpreter into, it was either CAT scan, MRI, whatever they look at the brain with. And they had her listening through the earphones and kind of interpreting in here what everything that was being said or heard while she was in the MRI or the CAT scan machine. And they found that interpreters are really using both sides of their brain at the same time. Why is that? First, we listen to the context. We hold it for about 3 seconds, some people 5 seconds, depending on the situation. Then we're putting it out there. While we're putting it out there, we're running that 3 to 5 seconds behind. Now, I run closer than, say, Diane does. I may be a second or two, depending on the context and the topic. If I'm knowledgeable about the topic, then I'm closer. If I do not know a whole lot, I delay a little further. So we give back and forth. So it's a functional MRI. So what happens is that the best way I can tell you is, so if you're sitting watching your TV news and you hold 3 seconds back to 5 seconds back and you start voicing everything they said 3 to 5 seconds back and you keep up, it is very exhausting, very tiring, and very, very, very frustrating. Very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. So that's why I tell people, it even with Diane and I, when we switch off from doing interpreting, I'll do the lawyer, you do the you defendant or whatever. It is very difficult. It is very difficult. So, I'm going to risk something here. So, yeah, it's very difficult. So, you literally start getting a mind cramp after about 15, 20 minutes. And depends on the topic. If it's something like science or a lot of mathematical, sometimes we'll switch every 10 minutes because it is hard. Now, I can interpret an entire concert like CeCe Winan, any Christian concert, country concert. I can interpret if I know the songs the whole time because I'm very familiar with it. But if it's new information that I don't know, I can't do it. Yeah. Well, and we can seem pretty relaxed, especially if we know what the speaker's talking about or we've heard that person before and we understand their way of speaking. It's normal and it's wonderful. Hold on. I didn't file a copyright strike against you. I'll see what happened. I was deleting them, but I didn't file a strike against you. I'll take care of it, love. Great. Tanika, somehow there's a copyright strike on her on my channel. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah, we love repeaters. Normal to slow. The pace that I'm speaking right now is ideally the pace that you want to be speaking. And yeah. How are people using my content 100% and covering up my name? That's interesting. I don't know much about the copyright strike. I'm trying to do it now, but I don't know what to do. Can you guide me? Because I didn't copyright strike you. You can use any of my stuff. You know that. That is so weird, y'all. Hope I didn't get hacked. Oh, we love Tanika. I know we love Tanika. Tanika is our jam, man. We love Tanika. I think I can dismiss it, but I'm in there and I don't know how to I don't even see it. Removal requests, messages. Oh, there it is. Let me go in here. It doesn't say I can remove it. Move to archive, request video removal. How about if I just move to archive? I don't have any clue, y'all. I am new to this world. I'm still learning YouTube.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in state of Arizona versus Lori Daybell.
I am talking about Tanika 2 cents. Yeah, I will, Addie, but first I got to figure out how to undo the copyright strike against her. Could have been, I don't know.
LCR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Are we on a break already? What the heck just happened?
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Nate Duncan.
All right, sir, go ahead and stand up here and be sworn in.
And we're up, ladies and gentlemen, to get ready for this horse race. We're going to see who comes out the winner on the end of this. Don't think it's going to be Lori Daybell. Place your
Could you
bet.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department, Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit, as a patrol unit, for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, have been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio, or heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location. And then soon after that, received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, what can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment, no, I was not.
Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, my the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. Blue is white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south and his arms on each side of his body.
When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo, exhibit 40.
What is it with men and their ties are always crooked? If you can see the button, it's not centered. I just want to go up there and go, fix it. I'm bad about that kind of thing, guys. I'm so sorry.
There we go. All right, so what we see here in exhibit 40.
Wait, Patty?
When you arrive,
We don't know for sure if this is the last of the state witnesses. We do know that they are hoping to rest either today or tomorrow. And then we get in Lori's case in chief. Oh, this is going to be fun.
fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then
There's some.
what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Contact.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
We were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun.
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag?
We got featured by YouTube. Thank you, Britt. That was this morning.
Some clothes and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun. Also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe.
It's not,
I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed.
It is.
And then 86 is that your hand with the single casing.
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes,
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
it did not.
It's just plastic clasps to hold it closed?
Correct.
Right back.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234.
Put me back on. I'm sorry.
You recognize Exhibit 234.
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm gonna put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes,
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So was
Yes.
that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
Correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are, people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow in fact save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account.
Yes.
But nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75 at yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this,
Hi,
email,
Benji.
contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this kkwalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that
hope.
kkwalker75 at yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289. Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo?
I haven't seen Benji in a
authenticating
while.
the kkwalker75 at yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include
I don't think she
a
will.
portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
Nope,
When you looked at the
not at all.
subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number.
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account.
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So
Y'all, I'm still working on trying to get that thing done for Tanika.
zoom in a little closer.
I don't want her having a copyright strike
Is this
from me
the
because I didn't
subscriber
do it.
information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st,
yes,
but the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th?
Yes,
And looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes,
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again, ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes,
to help write a book?
correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about.
Yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been the July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes.
So he had seen her prior to learning about this.
Correct.
And then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one Lolly Time at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. And he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbrite report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct?
Right.
So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19.
Yes,
And he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27.
yes,
So just a few seconds later.
correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam. They're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes,
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes,
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later,
Hey.
Charles sends Adam a message. What you do is up to you.
Yes,
Okay.
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message? Where he says, okay. And when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes,
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails
Correct.
or text messages. I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes,
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori,
How do you know that?
she told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Oh, did she now?
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes,
During this investigation,
Yep.
what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes,
And that came back to Alex Cox.
correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes,
cell phone data,
yes,
cell tower data?
yes,
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon associated with this phone number for Alex Cox.
They did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image other than itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
And
So let me I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
no,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
because obviously in this case, you can actually see the entire phone and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes,
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
yes,
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did in fact Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
Yeah.
And did it
Here,
also
here you go.
include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her?
It has a
keeping his
sweatband.
phone on record.
Yes.
And were these all messages, text messages between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone.
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes.
And it's been in Chandler Police
Right.
Department's possession.
It has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she in fact provide that to Detective Enclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Yes.
And it's in her possession.
Correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach at 2:31. I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime at iCloud.com account information?
I do.
When you were investigating this case and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime at iCloud account, how did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime at iCloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit
What?
226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the lollytime at iCloud as a source?
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were
He's
those
some
photographs
special
also
kind of evil,
obtained
y'all.
or saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, they were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message?
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? The time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that
Oh,
46?
47 minutes?
So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective Inclan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:42 a.m.
Exactly.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with
Creating an alibi. No, I'm just kidding. She admitted being there.
Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for
Under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So
All right, Miss Candace, thank
if
you for
Lori
being
Vallow
here.
left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone,
Amen.
how
Amen.
much time has
Amen,
lapsed when
sister.
Alex calls her this second time?
Thank you.
I know it's math. Is it about
Oh, I
17
know,
minutes?
right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
I hate them.
And actually, I think so at this point,
Thanks for joining.
has
me.
Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not.
Make sure you like before
So at
you leave.
8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow's now been laying on the floor for at least dead for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No.
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones,
None.
not on Charles's phone.
No.
Wow.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes.
And it shows it as these ones have not been converted, right?
Yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36, basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah.
So you were you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes.
Did you look to see if Alex Cox records showed if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon
I have to agree with you 100%, Ronnie, on this, and that we've been saying this since the late 80s.
records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes.
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes.
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
Correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
Correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes.
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
Never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th, that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Yes, Alita.
Did you
That's
look at
probably
Exhibit
the last one.
222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019, that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes.
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
Also, not only have they not shown up, she has sent a lot of subpoenas out to victims that weren't even supposed to be subpoenaed. Her subpoenaing witnessing is a fiasco. And the judges said certain people cannot come in and testify because they waited too late. Oh, thank you, Candace. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Do you
I
recognize
graduated in
Exhibit
89,
212?
and it was
I
the
do.
beginning of all that
Is
now.
that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
Yep.
If I could have that back.
I think in my middle of my high school years, we started doing all that crazy stuff. I was not happy about it.
State will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
No objection, then don't give a comment.
So did this
I want to.
sort of photo of a document that you found on
Is that-
Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019 to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
Carol.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225.
Yes.
And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
Yeah.
When you were going through the Lori for Style,
No, she's made it clear. Unless something changes, she's going to represent herself there too.
iCloud account records, Did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a preparing of people event.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And does he advise Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him? He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is, both we've heard in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
And she gives him a lolly time forever at Gmail.
Okay, not a dumb question. Lori Vallow accuses her husband of being possessed by a dark spirit that she called Ned, and that in order to get rid of Ned, she had to kill her husband. Ned was a demonic dark spirit, and so basically she was saying that her husband Charles was infested with a dark spirit named Ned. Ned is the Dark Charles.
Gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes.
They even tried to do a deliverance on him and he wasn't even present. That doesn't make sense.
Now we
Deliverance is
heard,
when they try to spiritually
again,
evacuate this dark
Ned
spirit.
being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019
My birthday.
from Alex to Lori?
It's come up 3
saying
times.
Ned is still alive, just confirmed.
Correct.
This next message is that from Lori Vallow to Alex.
Yes.
And it says it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
As you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body is alive.
Correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes.
That one's from Alex to Lori.
Correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later.
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes.
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
Correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes.
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
It was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lolly Time at iCloud account records, did you
I'm sorry her feet are giving her so much hell. I'm so sorry. Thank you for hopping in, Banji. It's good to have you always.
find evidence or find photographs in the Lolly Time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes.
Show defense 232.
I'm sure it is her whole body. I've moved. I've done it all by myself. An entire house with 2 kids and just me. I get it. You hurt from head to toe for a long time. My prayers for healing quickly. JJ was her nephew, but her and her husband, Charles Vallow, adopted JJ. It's actually a great nephew, but they adopted him. And so, yeah, you adopt the kid, then you unalive them. I wonder if my chats are running behind because as soon as I say it, y'all have answered it.
I can can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the lollytime@icloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents?
Yes.
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see, well, that's from the lollytime@icloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through
She
these
was.
records. then
She
we'll talk
loved
about the
that
phone
boy.
number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the
She was a good girl.
thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance. Oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary.
Yes.
I will too. I haven't watched it.
And then there
Is it on
was
Netflix?
a photograph
Where's it on?
or of the document showing again $1 million policy.
Yes.
Started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And this, is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T
Correct.
authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of
here,
the
I'm gonna-
records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
Ow.
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received a audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this.
Thank you,
as his cell phone.
June. I got it.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes,
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original and the change, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the lolly time, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that lolly time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th, talking about being like Nephi?
Sure, we can do that.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th, where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 227. Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No,
Are these just a portion of them?
they are.
It's ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm done. And if I, oh, actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the Lolly Time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
Right. So let's go through these. So again,
My boyfriend just told me he had a couple of UPSs. What does it stand for?
Uninterrupted power.
Uninterrupted power source. Because this chick, we lost power and everything went down. You gonna bring it to me, honey? Hopefully that won't happen again, yo.
We're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 PM.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well too. So there's an AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Sorry, honey. I'm sorry. And here's the other thing. My honey's over there eating and he just dribbled sauce on him. And I said, where were you raised, in a barn? He goes, no, in a hoe house.
Yes.
Now at that point,
y'all are crazy.
When you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th
Let
at
me see.
21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, for 56 minutes.
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did
Why didn't someone say? Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Go back. Lori Vallow was married to Joseph Ryan. Joseph had a son named Colin. Colin was the half brother to the child between Joseph and Lori, Tylee. Then they divorced and she married Charles Vallow. Charlie Vallow's sister had a grandson that needed a home. So Charles and Lori adopted the grandson. Lori Vallow's only biological child is Tylee right here. This is a stepson. This is an adopted son. I'll put it in Discord. So Melanie Gibb is a former friend and David Warwick is Melanie's husband. So these two are married and former friends. Everybody in red is deceased. Melanie Pawlowski is Lori's niece. Brandon Boudreaux is Melody's ex-husband. This is the person that she's going to trial with after this one for unaliving or conspiracy. Alex Cox is the brother to Lori. He's deceased. His wife was Zilma, and she's still alive. Chad Daybell is the guy that she married, and Tammy Daybell was the wife that Lori's been found guilty of unaliving. So she's found guilty of unaliving Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. She's on trial now for Charles Vallow. Yep. Brandon's the attempted. I'm sorry. Yeah. I pushed the button, but it didn't hold. My apologies. So this is the flow chart. I will put it in Discord. Okay. See, don't know who was married to her and the order in the family. So the first one is going to be Joseph. Then she's married to Charles. And then Chad. But she was married 5 times, but the other 2 didn't have children. First was Nelson Yannis, and second was William Langolia. The third was Joseph. The fourth, the S, was Charles Vallow. The fifth was Daybell. But the first 2, no children and don't have any play in this drama. No. Surprisingly, the first 2 she didn't off. So I will put this in Discord. Let's get back over to the trial. But I'll put it in Discord right now. Let me get this share screen back on. All right, guys. Here we go.
His testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Correct. That is my understanding. She only had one biological child. Unless somebody knows something I don't know. Colby was a stepchild. Joseph, JJ, is an adopted child.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
Are they going to dig her up and see if she was unalived by Lori?
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jurors.
Ronnie, it says here, Colby was an adopted son from Lori's. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Sorry. Colby is her biological. Joseph adopted him. Okay. My bad. I'm dyslexic. That was hard. Okay. So Colby was the biological. Her husband adopted him. Okay. Y'all, I'm doing what I can. I mean, my brain is frying. We are going to watch a Fox 10 News. Hopefully I don't get in trouble. Biologically hers, adopted by the ex-husband. Got it. So we're going to watch something on Lori Daybell. And the one adopted was JJ. I knew that.
Murder trial, the so-called Doomsday Mom. She once lived in Arizona, now accused of murdering her 2 young kids in Idaho.
We're on day 16 of this trial, and the jury today learned how Vallow's 7-year-old son was killed. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum joins us live tonight with the latest.
And we want to warn you again how graphic these details are. We are learning not only more about the death of JJ Vallow, but also his big sister, Tylee Ryan. Now, Dr. Garth Warren, who did the autopsies for the children, took the stand today. Warren is the Ada County coroner and chief forensic pathologist. He told the court that JJ died of asphyxiation by a white plastic bag placed over his head and duct tape over his mouth. Warren determined JJ was smothered and found signs of struggle. Now, here's the last verified photo of JJ taken on September 22nd, 2019, recovered from Lori Vallow's iCloud account. By June of 2020, investigators found the remains of JJ and Tylee in the back.
Chad is still alive. He was the one in court yesterday. They had the shaved head with the little, what I call the football haircut and a little mini man bun. He was in court yesterday.
Backyard of Vallow's husband, Chad Daybell. JJ was found in the same red pajamas with his arms and ankles bound with duct tape. As for Tylee Ryan, it was a homicide, according to Dr. Warren, but there's no specific cause of death. Her remains were burned, basically torn apart to pieces and buried in the ground. Warren said these are clearly suspicious circumstances, saying Tylee's organs were severely decomposed and her bones were charred. Take a listen to the coroner talking about the causes of death, first for JJ and then Tylee.
I determined the cause of death to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth. And then there's another segment that's other significant conditions. I put bound with duct tape, bruising of the arms, and abrasion to the neck. The cause of death was by homicide, but I just can't pinpoint exactly what that was. Most homicides, you can say something like a gunshot wound to the head, when the body's intact, or a stab wound to the heart. I can't do that in this case.
Again, those were the findings for both JJ and Tylee. The current witness on the stand when testimony continues tomorrow is a forensic pathologist with the FBI. She did a CT scan on Tylee's skeletal remains, saying there was blunt trauma, sharp trauma, and high velocity trauma to her bones. Live in the control room, Justin Lum, Fox 10 News.
Ah. Stop. I don't need a copyright strike. Don't give me another copyright strike. Luckily, I was able to get out of that one, but I'm just saying, I just don't want to deal with one. Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry I got those two confused. There's just too many kids flying around. But yeah, I knew that. He is the son, the husband adopted the son. And I really feel bad for that son. I really do. But anyway, yeah, I just got 4 points. Let me ask y'all something. I'm in college. We're required to answer 4, but I answered all 5 questions. And one of the questions he said I left off a sub question to, so he gave me a lesser than perfect grade. And I just sent him a copy of what I had, and it doesn't match what he had. So no worries. I already graded your paper. So yeah, I got a 34 out of a 40, a 36 out of 40. I should be getting extra credit for answering all the extra questions. Just saying. Tali was found in pieces. Oh, wow. Alana, I didn't follow the first trial because we were in another trial. Weren't we in Karen Reed trial last year at the same time? Wasn't this in trial the same time as Karen Reed last year? I think. I don't remember. We were following a trial and I didn't follow this one. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, so the first husband is alive. Am I correct? The first husband's still with us. The second husband is still with us. I wonder, have they been interviewed? Has anybody talked to the two of them? Oh my gosh, Callie girl, it is deplorable how these children were found. And even worse is that she's off in Hawaii getting it on with her new husband. I'm like, how can you do that? Yeah. I've only had one ex and it's hard to keep up with that. Okay. Honey Boo over here was going to say something. And he forgot. Look, I didn't have an ex by choice. He went to prison. And I didn't know what he was doing to get himself in prison. Why is okay. So, for those of you who are not a part of our Discord, please go and be a part of our Discord. We would greatly appreciate it. As always, I need to figure out what to do for memberships and Toxic. You and I need to talk about. I had an idea. She kept claiming insanity, and then I think there was sanctions on the prosecution, and the judge decided to withdraw the DP was the penalty. How I understand the judge felt that that was necessary under the circumstances. I've asked, other people have asked, and I think the overwhelming comment was that it was too risky to give her a DP because she was found mentally incompetent. Touched a button and something popped up. And she was found mentally incompetent, right? Come on, focus camera. Come on. Right here. There we go. Might have been the same time, but Lori's trial was not televised. That's right. I remember it was audio only. And it was released after each day. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and that was the other reason why I didn't follow it. I'm too new at this, y'all. Oh, I'm tired today too, and I don't know why. I should have feel refreshed. I slept what about 6 hours, which is more than normal. And I just ate and now it's not settling well. Oh, cool. Y'all look at this. This is so cool. Have y'all seen a jellyfish cloud? That's cool. Riley. Hello, Riley. Watching her in court now, she is mentally not there. I don't know. She seems pretty mentally competent to withstand trial, in my humble opinion. Just because she's got some psychotic ideas doesn't mean that she's not competent. She knows right from wrong. She knows what's being done. She knows the charges against her. She's understanding court proceedings. She is competent. Oh, I'm going. New Reds, live communication. Okay, we're going to do. I love that you're muted. You're muted. That's cute. Okay, we're going to be playing body camera footage. I don't know if this is, if it may or may not. Ronnie, I'm sure you would let me know if I need to be worried about this, right? We do have volume. Is there volume on this? There.
Chandler Police Department, anybody
There's
inside?
a hat. Stop. Is that a hat right there? Right here? Oh, he's Lord, thank you. Go back. I want to see that. Not that I want to see the person. Okay, the pattern goes up. There was red blood on there.
18, we got one subject down, apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
That's a mess, ball. Nothing there. And we're moving in. What is this down here? Oh, flip flops. And then there's your hat. Looks like a snake.
He's right here in your living room.
Not a good house search. You didn't go to the other end of the house.
Firearm's going to be in the front door, in the front bedroom, laying on the ground next to a case.
Thank you so much. Hard to keep it straight if you're looking at it.
We didn't have any of that as of right now.
This happened right here, fellas?
I believe so. The firearms in the other room here. What's up? I can't, what you say?
We used to sweep for nobody else. Was
Yeah, I just did.
Fire over there.
Yep. I'm gonna go see if we can get this. You want to stay in here? I'll see if I get this guy's info.
1, 2, 3, 4 shots, something like that.
Did you get the guy inside's name?
No, I've got it. Charles Vallow. Charles Vallow, spell that. V-A-L-L-O. Charles is the husband.
So, question. I'm going to skirt back. Oh, and I'm going to move these up here. If he was hit on the back of the head by Charles Vallow, who was a left-handed semi-pro, wasn't he like a semi-pro baseball player? He wouldn't have any skin left on the back of that head. Look how clean his head is. And why are his sunglasses still on if they were in a scuffle of any kind? Like being hit in the head with a baseball bat. Just saying.
Charles is the husband of the occupants here. But I guess he lives where? Houston.
You know his date of birth? He's from Houston.
Yeah. Is this vehicle here? How did he get here?
Is it here from Texas?
No, that's my sister's car. I think he came in a rental car. I think my sister's in it. I think your sister's in a rental car?
One Paul 18. Subject that's been shot. His last name is going to be Vallow, Victor Adam Lincoln Ocean. First name Charles. No DOB as of right now. He's out of Texas, Houston. So the guy that got this guy, his last name is Vallow, V-A-L-L-O.
W.
Are you on thing? Copy. Several gunshot wounds.
There's a couple of shell cases behind it. Probably.
Many times.
What's the card?
I'm sorry, the last name you gave.
Vallow, V-A-L-L-O. First name Charles, and that's all we got because he's from Texas.
Okay.
So we don't really know much else about him. I don't know if there's a wallet or something in here.
He shot the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
So, sir, what I have is an entrance.
I'm gonna see if there's a wallet or something in here, bro.
If you see a car,
Yeah.
I would imagine he was probably staying in this room over here. I would think.
That's the whole thing. And they said he had a napkin and he'd patted it once. And it was a little bit of red. It looked like a scuff on the back of his head, about an inch. So I got to tell you, I would leave more damage than that. If you were coming at me and I had a bat, I'm going to swing for all it's worth. And I'm aiming for the ear right there. Because you hit right there, they're going flying.
thing of interest is throw cards on it so we can remember to.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking for like a fucking wallet or something that's got these guys. Yeah, something, because we got nothing, man.
Yeah, we'll probably.
Because it sounds like dude's like a friend of the family or something. I'm going off.
No sound.
I'm on now.
He said I'm going off and then I'm on. Now they're blurring the head. Why?
Okay, I don't have water. We'll get water in the house. We'll get you some. Okay. Yeah.
Adrenaline
Let me
kick,
just
need more
move that-
water.
move that, just shoot it there, just like that. Yeah. Maybe about an inch and
Right, Aaron. If I agree with that. I think if Charles actually landed any kind of a blow on that guy's head, he would have been unconscious. He would have a concussion. He'd have something.
that was from the baseball bat.
Give me a home run.
Get like another, I don't know if it's nipples or anything just to the left. Is that?
Bonnie?
Yeah, there's just a couple back there. Okay, guys.
That deserves applause.
What's your brother? Thanks, Bill.
Why isn't it working?
You don't need any medical attention for that. Okay. We'll get you some water as soon as they're done in the van, okay?
You don't need any medical attention for that. Meaning it ain't nothing, bro.
I wish we could, but not right now. I would like to as well.
That's hotter for you. That's layers.
It is a bit.
No. I have a twin brother.
Bit warm out, yes.
Wow.
Wish the damn clouds would come back in.
Well, they'll be in the afternoon.
I hope.
But you're right. Blood would have been drawn.
We'll be here till midnight, so.
Ronnie! Oh, it's still Banshee. Thank you, Banshee. You have a twin brother. Well, hey, having a twin. Oh, I get it. This is my baseball bat. And let me tell you, this thing is solid. That will do some damage. My gavel. $1 at Goodwill. And I found out it's probably turn of the century, they said. It's been repaired. Said it was a very old one. Boo, do some damage. Yeah.
He said he doesn't need to. What's that?
Did you get looked at by the fire department? Do you need to?
I don't think so.
You're good? If that changes, let us know. Oh, okay? We're gonna get things moving and get you out of the sun. Thanks.
If you want to sit and lean against the front of your truck in the shade, you can. Is that your stuff right there?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. If you want to just sit in front of the truck, you can just sit down in front of the truck, at least catch a little bit of shade.
Oh, and leaning. Extra nice.
Right? It's almost as good as a Barker Lounger.
This is a stupid super single water bed I had as a kid.
Either it was self-inflicted or Lori did it. Now, I have a question for Banji. Not Banji. Well, he might know. Elena, for you. Those of you who really followed this case. There was blood found on the bat, right? And did they test it, and whose was it? Oh, honey, I don't need a bat. This thing here will take off a lot. You know, if you really want to go mafia, put the hands here and just, and that will be the end of that. I can go mafia in this place. Let me go mafia.
I got a whole ice chest full. I'll be right back. Thanks.
I had to mute my sons real loud. That is Alex. That is the brother to Lori Vallow, who just so happenly died of a heart problem. Questionable.
I'm going to give you a ride to the station so the coffee and stuff. So, I'm going to see if we can get some water here before we go. As usual, check. Yeah, let me just make sure you don't have any hand grenades or.
That's Lori's bro.
You mind if I just put all this like in a bag? Yeah. Here, hold on to this shirt. Let me go grab a bag. Give me just a second. Cash too?
Yeah, they'll put it all in the bag.
Your baby? Another body cam we're going to watch. Of course, they don't have sound yet.
Subject on the phone, step out of the residence with his hands empty.
Why? Even if this was an accident or self-defense, this guy would not be that calm. This guy would nowhere be that calm. No way. Hold on. Honey bun, you were a cop. Have you seen people who've done self-defense? Were they ever that calm?
Nope. They're usually shaking,
nervous out of their mind.
They're shaking and nervous out of their mind. Would you be surprised by this guy's behavior and that of Lori Vallow, who shows up on scene knowing he's dead and acting like they going out for a Coke?
Every second.
I do. I agree. I agree. Question: when did Alex die? Before the investigation for Charles unaliving or after? In the middle, I believe. I don't know. That's a question for somebody else. He wasn't. He died. Undetermined. Okay, now that's jogging my memory. There was blood on the bat, but it was so minuscule they couldn't really determine. Yeah. It crazy. I haven't hit hard at all. Like, you can just do that. In the back of my head. Oh.
No weapon? No weapons on me. Come on out this way.
Yeah. I mean, Banshee, I'm a first responder. My boyfriend is a retired police, well, I don't know, used to be a police officer, and he was in the military. I won't go on live and tell you what for. We'd have to, if we told you. No, I'm kidding. But you're right. The adrenaline dump alone, when you fight for your life or you're in fear for your life. But here's the problem. They didn't even call the police till almost an hour, 45 minutes or more after they shot him. So the adrenaline dump and everything's already gone. It's gone. But if you truly are someone who was fighting for your life, you're going to have some panic when you're retelling this story, and he doesn't. I want to watch his interview.
Who else is in the house? Okay, just have a seat right there. Let's get FD in here. Have a seat.
18, safe, secure. We got the gentleman out.
You have some ID on you, sir?
Yeah.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
I don't know. He was enraged.
What's going on? What happened?
Okay, and that's true. Adrenaline thins your blood a little bit, so you bleed more. So if this was actually a wound of any substance in the head bleeds bad enough, but it would bleed even more.
What happened?
Well, he was talking with my sister earlier.
No, what happened today, though? Like, just in the last 20 minutes.
He came at me with a bat.
Was he living here or
No.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay, is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know. He was accusing me of.
Come on over here. That truck's gonna be really loud. What was he accusing you of?
He was just yelling at me.
Okay. What was he yelling at you about?
He got my sister because I've broken up the tussle with them earlier. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat.
Okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand?
No.
Okay, so.
There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved.
About earlier meaning earlier this week, earlier this morning?
Just this morning.
The timestamp on there. Yeah, I did notice that. It's 3:45.
Before they left.
Before your wife left?
My sister.
Before your sister left?
Yeah.
Okay, who lives here with you?
Nobody. I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here.
And you're just.
She was not barefoot. if you look at the video of her going into Walgreens, she has a very thick black line across her feet. You can see the black line in the white of her feet. She had little sandals on. She went back into the back of the store, took off her sandals, probably threw them in her purse or hid them. And then she bought 2 pair of flip-flops. I bet those sandals were Kylie's. That was her daughter's flip-flops, not hers. Because when you look at that Walgreens video, she's got sandals on.
Visiting?
I was visiting for the night.
Okay, so you're over here visiting your sister and your niece.
Yes.
Okay, and there was a tussle between your sister and her husband.
Yes.
And does the husband live here or no?
No.
Okay. Okay, is he an ex-husband or just current husband?
They're working on that.
Gotcha. So at some point earlier today, they get into some type of domestic?
Yeah, just this morning, then they left, and then he came at me.
They left meaning who? Both of them?
Okay, so he's saying that they, meaning the 3 of them, Lori, Tylee, and JJ, left before the attack happened.
Parties?
Yeah, my sister took my niece and my nephew.
Okay, so they left.
Create some space from him, and then he came at me.
Okay, but did he leave also?
No.
He stayed here.
He stayed.
So you guys are kind of talking in between or what? Who are you? Who are you? No, just go back. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So it's just you and your brother-in-law.
Yes.
Okay. And kind of go through it. So say something like, "Hey, don't touch my sister," or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he picked up the bat
Where was the bat at?
in the living room.
Okay.
The guy inside's name?
No, I haven't got any of that yet.
Vallow.
Charles Vallow. Spell that.
V-A-L-L-O.
Charles is the husband of the occupants here. But I guess he lives where?
I'm not saying
You know his date of birth? From Houston? Yeah.
Is this vehicle?
Yeah, she bought 2 pair of flip-flops from Walgreens. And then they come back to the house. They both had them on. But when the video, Lori said she left the house barefoot. Her and Tylee left barefoot. She said she went to CVS. Then it was discovered it was Walgreens because none of the CVS had videos. So it was Walgreens. Okay. And then she bought 2 pair of flip-flops.
Here? How did he get here?
Is it here from Texas? No, that's my sister's car. I think he came in a rental car. I think the sister's in.
You think your sister's in the rental car? Okay. So you get in an argument? What is it over?
Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did. This is before.
Okay, so before your sister and your niece left,
yeah.
At some point your
Okay, we're switching just for a moment. I want you to see this. Watch. Pay attention right here at her left foot. Right foot is hard to see, but watch.
And then I think we can advance to the next.
Oh, no.
16. That's right.
Okay. Walgreens after you obtain video from them. And you obtain video from them.
Watch. I'm going to do it again.
That Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them.
Look on her foot right here. Do you see the black strap on her foot? You see toes, black strap, and upper foot. What do you think? Can I blow this up? No, it won't blow up. It won't. Let's see if I'm bigging it here. No. But that is a pretty good stop. See the toes? See the black strap? JJ was taken to school immediately. So it's not that late in I think the music 7-4 grade. Okay. Question, why does she take both kids to school so late? Okay, she didn't. She only took JJ. The daughter did not go to school. So that's what we know there. So I'm going to screenshot this because you can see the sandaled foot. That's my humble opinion. And then you see here, I'm going to see if I can catch any toes with her walking up. What are you doing? Well, don't get it everywhere. Okay, let's watch.
So
Well, look right there. Does that not look like something on her foot? Well, let's watch.
just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated.
She does look barefoot there. Yeah, I see that left foot. Doesn't look like she has anything on the left foot. So she's buying 2 pair of flip-flops and she'll put 1 pair on. She will. So she already put that 1 pair on. So please tell me, show me. See, she ditched at some point. She ditched those shoes either in her purse or hid them somewhere in the store. Back to this. But he said they were gone. My bad. Hold on.
Terribly long.
No.
Oh, okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. Like, what are you doing?
And where are you at it?
Sorry, guys. I had to reset the Instagram live. I have to reset that thing every freaking hour. Pictures. Screenshot. Gonna go big. We gonna embiggen. Give me a minute. Oh, yeah, y'all. I'm gonna show you this. She's got a shoe on. There is no way that that's not a cross sandal across the top of her foot. Window, this. Okay, look. Look right there. Does that not look like a shoe? You've got black here on the bottom, toes, bridge of sandal, and top of foot. She had to dump them in the store or shove them in her purse and then dump them elsewhere. Yeah, could you dump them in the bathroom trash? Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, I've worked in stores and someone said my flip-flops broke and they come in and buy a pair, but you're supposed to always wear shoes in stores. But come on, y'all. Does that not show? Tell me yes or no. If you were on the jury and you saw that, what would you think? Yes or no? Yeah. Yeah, he did die under suspicion. So I'm going to zoom this out. And as I zoom out, it's very clear. It is very clear to me that that's a shoe. Just saying. So let's go back and get the other video going before we have to come back in for court. and I'm going to need to take a little break. Oh, sorry about that. I meant to do that.
Where are you
We were
both
in the
at?
living room,
Okay.
and then
It's still on
I
break.
turned around and he hit me in the back of the head with a bat. So I went to my
Just
room
bring
and got
his
my gun.
thing.
That I was
So
carrying.
you went to your room, meaning
Yeah,
the room
well,
you're
I'm
staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always
Yes.
bring a gun?
I have a concealed carry always,
Okay.
just to be safe.
Hi, who are you? Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then
Walks up wearing if it shows her feet.
just to be safe.
Hi, who are you? Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me
And
again.
the wife just showed up as well. So you told her to put the.
Yes.
So where are you at?
Back
Where are you at now? Did you stay in your bedroom?
No.
Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
Okay, so walk me through it. So you go back into your room
So I just went back to the living room. I'm like, what is your problem?
with the gun in your hand.
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down. And he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, and then what happened?
That was it.
Okay. Is it Alex or Alexander? What do you go by? Do you go by Alex or Alexander?
Alexander.
Okay. Do you live
I
at
go by Alex. Yeah, I live in Country.
Santan Valley?
Yeah.
What's the phone number with the area code for you? Are you working now?
I'm on vacation this week.
Well, what do you do for a living?
Oh, I drive a truck.
Truck driver for who?
Heritage Transport.
Heritage Transport?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get some tape.
Gotcha. The wife just showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some tape to take the job real quick.
Just think that for a second. Where's the weapon at now?
It's in the bedroom.
So after you shot him, you put it back in the room, or?
Yeah, I went back to the bedroom to get my phone.
Okay. And what'd you do with your phone?
That's right here.
Okay. And then what'd you do once you put your gun back? Grabbed your phone.
I cleaned my head up.
After was he laying there in the living
Yeah, he
room?
was laying there still. And it just took me a minute to compose myself. I mean, I was just shaking, and then I called.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll call 17 log.
Okay, so that's a lie. He goes, I went back to the room to get my phone. I put the gun down. I cleaned my head up, and then I'm shaking, and then I call. Well, boo, that not almost an hour.
Stand by.
I don't think they counted on the police putting together the time that Lori left the house and she arrived at the Walgreens or arrived at the Burger King and all. I think she arrived at the Burger King first.
I don't have engine 2811, and then Chandler Rescue. I don't have any water, so give me a second. Guys, hang tight just for a second. Don't go in there. Partner, hang tight. Don't go in there just now, guys. It's now a crime scene, so hang tight. Okay, cool. Because there's no, like.
If you're hopping on, please like the video and comment ILIKED. I liked to be in the drawing for the chance to be an entry at the end of the month giveaway. We have 31 likes and we only have everybody should be doing it. Everybody should be liking. It's free.
Roughly how tall are you? What do you think you weigh? You still about 6'1"?
About 230, 235.
And what's his name again, your brother-in-law?
Vallow.
I'm sorry, what's his first name?
Charles.
Charles. Vallow, V-A.
LLO.
Where's our third unit coming here?
I'm gonna take it off right over
Let's let's do this inside first. Let's get that inside perimeter done. I'll just hold right here.
Okay.
You want to just grab that inside perimeter? All right, we got the 101 out front here. She's other way there. Let's go this out. Yeah, let's start with the garage and we'll just go from the house, make an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. Is that the rental vehicle? Is it your husband? Okay. Both these vehicles yours in the driveway and the garage? Both of your vehicles in the driveway and the garage? Okay. Give me just a second. I'll touch base with you. Just out of curiosity, how long have you known him? Long?
Yeah, 15 years.
Is that how long they kind of been married, kind of
Yeah.
thing? Do you normally have a good relationship with the guy?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. When's the last time you guys saw each other, interacted?
Last time I saw him was when he lived out here before he moved. Oh, actually, the last time I saw him was at my house. After my sister split up, he came to my house once.
This sister?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So did you sleep here last night?
Yeah.
So what time did you about wake up this morning?
About 6:30 or so.
Normal day this morning, wake up? Just you, your sister, niece?
Gonna go do something fun today.
Anybody else in the house besides you three this morning?
My nephew's at school. He's a 7-year-old kid with Joshua Jackson. He goes to special school.
Gotcha. So at some point it was just you, your sister, and the kids.
Yeah.
And then he comes over, and now it's about 20, 30 minutes ago, roughly.
Roughly.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I couldn't understand what you were saying. No, I just needed more units because the wife is out front. She lives in 901. I haven't told her that either. And the child is there too. So that's the wife and his child that's with them. Okay. So what about, is this guy visiting? Yes, he's the brother of the wife. I think he's staying with his sister. Okay. There was I guess it was a domestic this morning, and they left. And it was just him and the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law hit him in the head with a bat. His bedroom, he grabbed his gun to put the bat down. The guy didn't, so he shot him in the chest. Okay. All right. So he lives in Santan Valley, just over here visiting. On vacation. So husband, I guess, lives in Texas, but I haven't got all that information. But the husband, the deceased, doesn't live in the house. He lives out of state. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So haven't even talked to her yet. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for CID to get here. Yeah. See what they want to do. So. Okay. So do you so you don't live in Santan Valley, so why is it just easier to just hang out here?
I was just here late last night. Sleep tonight.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you and your sister pretty close?
Yeah, we're planning to go do something today.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, then we got to get that tape to over here, probably. Yeah.
So they realized so they had to move the vehicles and move the tape a little bit because they didn't know until later that that road is the only in and out of the neighborhood. So that's why some of that stuff, he's kind of reorganizing everybody.
So that's
I muted them, not me. One, two. Barbecue. What is
so
that
that's
say?
one way. So we got to be able to let people out onto that street, but so we got to move that south tape. Okay. All right, let me get your information. Does your husband live here or no? Oh, gotcha. Okay, you guys know. Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license with you? I can just grab.
He just said that I just reinforced the fact that some girls are weird because I was on my back. Oh,
L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
well, okay. I need somebody else other than June to tell me if they think I'm muted because it may be you, June. Maybe you. None of my buttons are shut. I'm all lit. I'll test my own live. How about that? Test 1 2 1 2 pick up my shoe 3 4. Yeah, I'm lit. We're good. Okay.
V-A-L. What's a phone number for you,
Maybe
Lori?
I'll get my mouth like that.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
In summary, Elena, thank you very much. In summary, Lori and Chad declared Tylee and JJ and Charles to be zombies, and they had to be exterminated. She used her own brother Alex to do the dirty job, and then Alex died under suspicion. I wonder if they're gonna, is he cremated or can they exhume his remains? Just curious.
You working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 120.
I wish I was 120. I'd have to lose 90 pounds. I used to be. Yeah, I just told you my weight.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, young lady. And let me just get your information. How old are you?
16.
16. Okay. And that's mom? Okay. What's your first name, hon? And middle name? Thank you. And then same last, Vallow.
No.
How old are you again?
16.
16. Do you have a driver's license?
I do, it's inside.
Nice. So you're a new driver, huh? How do you like that?
Well, almost 17.
Almost up. So you're an old hat then.
Yeah, I drove here from Texas by myself, so I'm pretty used to it by now.
Okay. What's your birthday, hon? And you live here with mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Red or that's brown for sure. Oh, blonde too. You guys, I'm gonna list you as a blonde young lady here. And then blue eyes? Yeah. You have very blue eyes. That's not under debate. Do you have your own phone number?
I do.
Wow, that's kind of interesting way of
hang tight, guys.
did it.
No one is Lockwood? Oh, okay. I haven't seen him yet.
I was at a coffee with a cop thing, so I'm,
Okay, hang tight. I'll tell you what's going on.
so, well, I don't know that I'm taking this.
Gotcha. I'll hold off on that.
So that's why
I don't know where Lockwood is.
I got texted an address, so I'm trying to figure out.
Gotcha.
you. And it's so pretty outside. See how pretty it looks outside. And clouds in the sky. It's so pretty.
I think so. I haven't looked at the map. Can they go north from here? Okay. You want to grab a piece of paper for scribe?
What's his name already started it?
Somebody in there?
Cohen, for everybody that's gone in the house.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Perfect.
There's the back. I do not have ADHD, but I do have a bit of, I don't like my dip or my peanut butter. Yeah, Tyler wasn't upset at all. Tyler is not upset in the least.
Wife?
Yeah.
Her name is Lori. She's unaware of anything.
Yeah, we're gonna go tell her to victim's assistance.
The daughter also doesn't know anything.
We'll tell her at the
The
same time.
suspect is her husband. The suspect is her brother. Okay. So brother, sister,
And then the
niece,
husband, and then the husband.
husband, estranged, doesn't live here. Lives in Texas. She's visiting. Because it was a DV earlier this morning. Brother kind of broke him up, said it was getting a little bit physical.
With the wife.
Yeah, because
Oh.
wife and husband are kind of separated. Again, he lives out of state. I don't know why he's here to visit. I don't have those details. Ultimately, he came over. They got into a verbal argument. Wife, husband got into a verbal argument. Brother steps in and says, just get the fuck out. At some point, the niece grabs the bat and is poking her dad. Dad takes the bat away. They decide to leave. Everyone leaves. There's a son too, a younger son. Her son, he's not here either. So wife who lives here, her daughter, her son, they all leave. Her brother staying here, visiting, and the husband.
Fingers,
They
man.
get into it. He's like, he says they got into an argument. Husband hit him in the head with a bat. Brother says, fuck that. Goes to his room, grabs his gun, his own gun, goes back out. Doesn't stay in the room, doesn't lock the door, doesn't call us. Goes back out, confronts him, says, drop the bat. Guy doesn't drop the bat. He says he shoots him. Goes back into his room, puts his gun away, grabs his phone, cleans his head up, calls 911. And he's right there.
No, that's not what happened.
We're gonna take her over to the victim's assistance. Her name is what again?
Lori.
Lori
And
and Charles in there. That's all I need to know.
No.
Yeah, daughter's name.
No.
Lori and huh? I don't know. You guys want a quick briefing on the shooter's statement?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still rolling. I haven't even gone this close. Okay, so.
You can shut yours off.
Okay.
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a drug criminality. She thinks you're LDS.
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Morona in the past. This is her
You
eighth-
think she's what?
married to Morona at the top of the temple.
Angel,
Morona.
LDS. Angel.
They don't let me in there.
Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening next year. So does a prophet.
Okay.
He knows it. She knows about it. She meets with Morona and Jesus Christ face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. Taking over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it with my priest with my power. She does priesthood blessing. She does.
So who's Nick Snyder? Okay, okay.
That's who I'm supposed to.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church. He's not.
She took my truck from the airport. So thanks, she took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flight. I bought a ticket. I took him back home. I got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now, if she knows I'm here, she's going to go get me.
Okay. What car? What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay.
Nothing in the pin. There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of that account yesterday. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with me. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now? Her iPhone's. Oh, your phone. Now, how do you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys. Okay. Somehow she has a set of keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. I don't think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
We can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can just. Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. Now, we can't. Now, you guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. They have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door. She's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand. Okay, so we can take her.
Tell me again real quick. What's her first name? Lori. And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infiniti
QX80.
QX80. And try that license plate again.
KDM
62.
It's KDM something.
KDM 62, 63,
Something like this.
67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap.
Yes.
Months later.
Is it registered to you?
Yes.
Not too much later. I don't.
Spell your last name again.
Today.
Vallow.
Vallow?
When it went alive in February.
Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
July. July 11th.
Well, she had such a set of purchases, she was able to leave the school. That's why Team 1 wasn't able to get a hold of her. So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room. And I said, that's up to you and that's up to the hotel. That's not what we do.
They did the best they
So
could.
I told him,
They do the best they could with what information they have. And yeah, you feel bad after you find out that somebody's unalived after you tried to help them. But, right? You can only do what the law permits you to do.
that we're waiting for you with the paperwork. And that's what we've got going on
With no protective order.
right now. he thinks she's still staying here just for the reason is that he was able to grab that key out of her purse in the car at that school in Central area, wherever that school was. All right. Okay.
And we are holding this trial.
Yeah, I'll give you just what she's saying and the reason the 909 came out. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna, you know what, how about we all meet back at the car? We are on the north side of that home 2, which is just west of this building. It's the building west. It's the other hotel. We'll all meet right there. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, so if his truck is gone, how did he get here?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me that. By the way, I have a that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll go. He wants a sidebar before we do it. Where did he go?
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room.
No, I don't want him going to that.
He's not going to the room. He's just. He's
Let's
just.
go back over to our cars. They'll be here in just a minute or two, and he wants we need to do a powwow.
Okay.
So.
Let me just, I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him, because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here so we can find him.
The biggest thing, okay, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the UFO thing. Yeah, I'm going to go off.
Me too.
Okay. Okay, guys, this is real quick. This is the night that she locked him out. This is another call.
I don't know how else to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God and member of the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck is gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So.
Where's your truck?
I don't know. Okay. A friend of mine's truck picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. File a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Yeah,
okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
She threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed," is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay. All right. Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She's lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm not LDS.
It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
But it's just she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen much.
It is smooth. It is soothing.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she doesn't answer, we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I pay the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So, no police reports?
No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are. The garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I
haven't
know.
been up there yet.
I know.
She
But what
said
I'm, hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park 2 vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
I don't think she could fit my truck in her car at the same time. She may put them somewhere else. She said to me, all your stuff is gone. Charles' stuff is gone. You're
Okay.
not Charles, your stuff is gone. I don't know what that
And
means.
how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday? Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
About landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay. Why did you leave?
Business trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
So you left yesterday?
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning.
Mhm.
Flew to Houston. Flew back today.
Tonight.
Tonight.
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No, she knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She wouldn't.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped.
Uh-huh.
So,
Did you file a stolen
no,
vehicle
I
report
didn't.
with
I
Phoenix?
know she took it.
How do you know? You suspect?
I suspect. Okay. I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. We're live back in court, y'all. And here comes attorney Lori Daybell, self-representing crazy lunatic witch from the pit of hell. Hallelujah, honey. Let's
Bring in the
right now with Lori Daybell.
Oh, I did put drafts of proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury. You can wait until they actually start coming. All right.
No, I can't
Please be
see
seated. You can continue with this witness.
I got Gerald over here blushing.
Please. Thank you.
As red as he can be.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So
Sorry, I meant to pause and unmute it. I said to be. I want to beat something up. I want to destroy something. And joking, and I said he mentioned something about going to the lead range, and I said I'd like to go to lead range. You like how I handle my gun? Okay, he's like really embarrassed. He's really embarrassed. He's never seen me shoot. He doesn't know what I can and can't do. Shoot, dag nabbit. Wow, that's bad. You is not Ada K. Do you
should be kicking on. I know when it.
in the movie Mamma Mia, where Meryl Streep is sitting on the couch with the other two actresses, and she's got that drill, and she goes, "Down, boy, down, boy." One of my favorite parts of the movie.
It times itself out. It shuts
By the way, that was ad-libbed.
down.
Dadgummit. Dag nabbit. It is a very complicated case.
You want to email the
Yeah, okay.
AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
I'm so
They were
tired.
working on something.
Why is it so
They
late?
were working on something.
Game
Yes.
all the way
I
up.
don't know what it was, but they.
Okay.
100%.
Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go ahead and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
Let's see if that's any louder.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So
Not really.
Wait a second here.
down, just in case they were working on them. See if we can get this. Get this up and running here in a few minutes.
Video. I have no idea as to what's happened. Lori, bad juju affecting the equipment. Oh, poor technical difficulties. That mean we're going to be the end of the day? Oh, happy day. No. Let me come back here and get some sound volumes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go back over here to this. Guard your ears.
Without concrete evidence, we can't say. For sure.
And she has the keys, the code, or it's a Ford, the code, door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay, and she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm gonna take my son.
So you normally live here?
Yeah, oh yeah, I live here.
Okay.
Yeah, all my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there.
So let me ask you this: when you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
Because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it with what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone
Okay,
today.
what we're going to do
I
is
thought it was best to have her.
be right.
She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
30, 45.
45.
Beautiful
So,
woman, just
so if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just. You
She'll
never know what
probably
she's
tell
gonna
me
do.
I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably. You're a dark spirit. What she's gonna tell you.
Okay.
I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's in me. He's our bishop. He's gonna be a dark spirit. Whatever that means. You're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No, she won't do medication.
Has she been to a doctor?
She won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay.
She
And
said
she's
that.
been telling you that?
Yes, and Gabe too.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing the officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary is next month. We've done had a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
Okay. So as for, so you, Has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual.
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you.
then
And she's
she
talking
said,
in a
I
spirit.
will kill you.
Spiritual.
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay. So she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Nick Schneider.
Who's Mick Schneider?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son to
And you
school,
just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and I suspect she took my car and my keys. I had no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company. She changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So, what's your first name again?
Charles.
Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on
There's a
business.
third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He can stay with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you back?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
It's valid. All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
If he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I can have to break a window. I can try to.
Where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
Use my wallet in it, so.
All right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road.
Oh, where those palm trees are?
And I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just moved in January 1st. And Gabe Bonilla here lives right down the corner. He will tell you if you were on the phone with her today with me. I passed it in and she said all that stuff.
Does she have any weapons inside the house?
Yes, she does.
She does?
Right.
Does she know how to use
I
it?
don't know if she knows how to use it. I don't know.
Does it?
You have to have star power.
Do you have an alarm system?
No. Oh, they changed it. Oh, there you go. Cars are all gone. She's gone. I don't know where my kids are. They're all gone.
Is there anything in her place in here like she might have taken off somewhere?
All 4 cars are gone.
Oh, you have 4 cars.
Yeah. My daughter has one. Zach, our nephew, has one. I have my truck, and she has an Infinity.
Okay.
I don't know where my son is.
Who's the oldest?
You have the right to force entry, so.
Who's the oldest child?
Tyler, I'm 3 in college, so they're gone.
Who lives here? That's the
Tyler is
oldest.
16, Zach is 19, he's our nephew, he's living here.
Okay. And you tried calling him?
Yes.
Why won't he answer?
I don't know, he won't answer. She's got him buffaloed too, I don't know what she told him.
And then,
Back doors and everything? There's back doors, but they're locked up. You already checked them? Yeah. Well, but there's a key to the, I gotta adjust this gate to get out of the pool to go back door. I don't know what I do if you drop out a stolen car report of my truck.
yeah, you'll have to call, it was at Sky Harbor, right? You'll have to call Phoenix Police and they'll get all your information. You don't have a hidden key?
No, it's in the house.
So it's not
Only
hidden?
JJ can open it, but we have such locks really.
Understand.
He's a runner.
So the dog is gone too?
Obviously, he'd be barking. He doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm gonna go try the back door. I may break the window. Is that okay?
It's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something apart, break your garage door, you could still secure your garage, but your window's broken.
Okay. Let me see what you
Just check the.
Hello.
Hi, love. My hair is
You and your hair. Every time you come on, that's the first thing you do.
I tell you what, it's amazing, isn't it? All right. What's going on?
We are watching a video waiting for court to return. They came in, technical difficulty.
Oh. They came in and did what?
All right, we're back in. All right, we're back in court.
I'll ask the courtroom assistant to, can you delete the laptop portion of that?
Thank you, Honeyboo.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I was just going to go there. Can you send me the link?
Just to put us back into perspective, when we broke before lunch, we were discussing Exhibit 227, correct?
Yes.
And this was some of the SMS or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lolly Time iCloud account.
Correct.
I don't see it, Karate Cat.
We had discussed the text messages from July 9th referencing the intervention.
Yes.
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
Yes.
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
Correct.
Now, as we go to the next page of this report, for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then
I found it.
as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's
I
or
did.
Z?
Just the single letter Z.
Single letter Z. And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother, Alex Cox, saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
What I want to know is what qualifies her to identify a Z or zombie. What qualifies her? How does she know?
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
So she's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her? That explains his interest in Charles.
You say her brother, I think, as far as Z or Zach. Zach is
Her brother
yes.
first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct. Yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Adam or Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January. And it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely, then turned against me.
Yes,
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on this same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned? Makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned.
Yes,
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes,
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared,
correct.
left JJ with Charles?
Yes,
And we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
yes.
As that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit.
Yes,
And the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes,
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
correct.
And did Alex then say with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes,
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being Ned?
yes,
This concept of Z or zombies,
correct.
and others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes,
On the day or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 submitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of some, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Some.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562. Is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie and the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here, right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Sorry about that, guys. My sister's husband came by to say hello, the one who passed away, and brought me a couple little things. So, I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks, so I'm sorry, but we needed to visit quickly. So I'm back. Please forgive me.
Correct?
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes,
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
correct.
Okay.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes,
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes,
No responses on those.
no.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie or Mel. And when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes,
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the Lolly Time?
Yes, they are.
And do those again involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes,
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m. Do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes,
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one.
I just signed to Diane that my boyfriend just told me I look beautiful.
You beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I
When
think
we look at 227, we see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5.
Okay, Elena. Everybody say goodbye to Miss Elena. Thank you so much. You've been fabulous. Buenos noches. See you later. My neighbor's son used to say it just like that. Buenos noches. See you later. I mean, he was the cutest little thing. I loved him. Anyway, goodbye. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you win the entry for the prize. We'll see.
So let's
I'll start posting the winners in Discord chat. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Amigo. Back to interpreting.
Finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B. They have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me, right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
Diane, what is this?
thickens,
What is this?
period.
Okay.
This is thick.
Okay. Different, but I'll take
That's Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
it that way.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as
Then if anybody
before the Nephi.
I'll take it.
And do we see here that
deeper?
Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go.
Okay, guys, this is an educational moment. The plot thickens. Translate that into a concept. Thickens doesn't always mean the same thing. And I'm wondering, a deaf person may not understand what that means.
The plot, hold it a minute, hold on. The plot,
deeper?
Well, not deepens. The plot is, the plot worsens, but no. They're planning. They're planning. The plot is, I don't know.
Progressing?
Progress. There you go.
Okay, got it.
The plans are
And
progressing.
then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes,
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here?
Complicated.
Okay. Yeah. The plot, the plan is becoming more complicated.
There we go. Perfecto.
Or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asked her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay. We can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Correct. Toxic. Or
then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the night of by on the 10th, Lori Vallow was already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all. And then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's. Charles isn't there. He'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those two prior messages, so you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not know.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we've previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that exhibit 223, as well as exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220. Did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on
Yes.
July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lolly Time at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write a, I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
It did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon,
They did.
and about Ned?
Yes.
I paralegal can approach with 229.
I hate this part. It's text after text after text after text after text after. And what does this mean? I muted you.
That means let's make out.
That's make out.
Well, that's let's have sex and
Couple making out, lovers or intimately involved.
yes. Let's drool all over each
We
other.
will move to admit exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundation's been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
50 Shades of Mormon.
We've talked about
I'm sorry, I just can't. Every time I see that, sign it, Diane. Sign it.
Colors, dark colors of Mormon. I don't
There
know.
has
Sign
to
for
be
Mormon.
a sign name for Mormon. I'm going to look it up.
I don't know it. Anybody know it?
Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Yes.
And do we see at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th.
This is not funny, but funny. Mormon. Similar to experienced. Mormon. Mormon. I'm sorry. Sometimes I find signs really interesting. I wonder how Lori's going to cross this detective. He's been on all freaking day.
Bless his heart.
At 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see again messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, you really had not seen this open,
Wait,
obvious.
let's see if they're going to read it. Diane signed this. This is going to be fun. I'm heading to bed so I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. You are truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity. See you in a minute.
Discussions about their relationship.
This makes me not want to text anything to my boyfriend. I'll just call and tell him because I don't want anybody having access to my thoughts.
No.
Although they're not this bad. Pretty much. I thought you were out of here.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
Although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And is November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018?
I did.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing.
Yeah,
Clearing the Houston house, sorry, to remove the darkness he caused.
correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
Oh my God, no, they went there.
Again, more conversations, both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019.
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room.
Yes.
Do we see again a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
$2 minutes.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Correct.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing everyday multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, AKA Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230.
What, beloved?
I was just having to read. I have to get close enough to see it. Woo, doggy.
Yeah, this is putting a nail in the coffin painfully, slowly, and very painfully.
Looking at
Yeah.
288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
I think she realizes she is hung out.
So starting with 288.
Oh, she don't care.
I believe it.
Was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
Has she already been found guilty?
When we
Killing
looked
her
at the
kid?
photo, Did you ever?
She's already been found guilty for unaliving her daughter, her son, or adopted son, and the husband's, her current husband's wife.
Well,
and Social Security fraud times 2.
So
learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
where did this
I
trial?
don't know what he looks like,
We don't. Well, it's more for the victims.
what he looks like.
Oh.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
And she's still under appeal on the others. It's like the Murdaugh trials. As long as they're under an appeal, you want to try this, because if for some reason that falls apart on the appeal, you have this one.
Oh.
It's an extra nail in that coffin. So if the other
So
nail,
this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic.
right? She was never charged with the death of her brother, but you never know. Was he cremated or was he buried?
Love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
2:30. Again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is again July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one though is an
Oh, yeah.
earlier.
I forgot.
For the
Nothing they can do.
Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one, because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance
remember
company
now.
saying that I'm not the beneficiary.
I remember
It's
now.
a spear through my
Mhm.
heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the email sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent
Gotcha.
to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged? You should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. So you then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he got
Share later.
if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that, we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the two on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Yes.
During your review of those lolly time at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
See wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
We have 2 signs for Hawaii. Some people use the hula skirt. Some people uses the H. I'll use the H.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233.
Oh. Alex very well may have died of natural causes.
Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report as well as the actual document that was in the lollytime at iCloud.com account that you reviewed that the police obtained through a search warrant relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 10/31, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Okay. Question. Diane, I got to take a comfort break. Keep on. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
This is going to be good.
I got a question before you do. So Alex, the fella that shot Charles, he died?
Later of a heart attack.
Oh, okay. tough for the family, the mom.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, here comes Lori. I'll be right back.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffett?
Moffett, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case? or-
Yes.
Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you're aware, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those,
Somewhat.
during that time, that year in
Yes,
between,
yeah.
before you became the case agent.
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on.
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't.
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in. I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until the search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified. I'm still confused, sorry.
And I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so that, and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
But sometime in between that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out, or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes.
And so
Lori Vallow came back to the scene after she left, and she went to Burger King and she went to Walgreens, dropped her son off at school, not in that order, and then went back to the scene. She was there on scene for a period of time, and then she was taken to the part of the police department, the victims advocacy interview rooms for where they talk to victims. She was being treated as a victim at that time.
Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffat, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffat was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our original, in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened. Yeah.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffat is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained as the asked and answered. He already answered that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
Did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes,
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
yes,
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified. That's correct.
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time, that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right. But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what
Don't you want all?
Lori does not understand how DNA is tested. And she doesn't understand any of the scientific process. She is a blonde, yeah. A natural blonde, no. Because she's blonde, she don't have to think. She acts like a baby and she never pay for drinks. That's her.
The information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That'd be me.
It would be you?
As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
Did he touch the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
And I'm going to object and move to
Sustained.
strike that.
The jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF. And what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We could then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a NIBIN report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay. So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested?
No.
That you
No.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that anyway either.
Okay. So Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th.
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike on the floor, if you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so were you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Here we go with that. Did you hear it with your ears? Did you see it with the eyes? We're back to that. Karate Cat Mom, I've been wanting to answer. Wait. Wasn't she there? Yes. Lori Vallow was there when he was unalived. Yes.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
Doesn't
He
matter.
can testify to what he observed for himself. So if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
Doesn't matter.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I have read the reports.
So you have read the reports. And
You know the song, Honey Boo, Honey 2800.
as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer it? Can you ask that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't. Is
Wait.
that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right. The one I couldn't remember how to spell. I mean,
Again, Your Honor.
Sustained, please don't testify.
Are you hearing that, Diane?
was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
She is wearing a taser belt. Every time she objects, there's an objection that is sustained or she's being a witch. We tasered. And at any time, anyone in our chat can put up lightning and I'll taser. It's fun.
You don't
I
know?
have a good mental.
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received just his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever.
Yeah. At this moment, I don't recall.
May I look at my report?
There's no cell bride of it. Is that correct? In the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe that I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
You want it to be.
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes.
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffett's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffett, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh. And so he kind of walked it through with you and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, you would think?
I don't know, Your Honor, a lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes, we should
All right.
take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Yes, poor staff. Poor Diane. Poor baby. Poor baby. I got my deaf talker again. My hearing aid switched mode. Yeah, it's fun. So if anyone really wants to know what I talk like when I can't hear myself, this is how I sound. You can ask Miss Diane. She can vouch for me. She's no can't hear you.
Oh.
Y'all, you can buy her cup coffee Or I could just sign and she can voice for me.
Oh yeah, she needs a haircut. Oh, that's about what I look like in the morning. I scare myself. I walk past the mirror and I go, ah! I do.
Always playing with her hair.
Oh, yeah, I do. My cat wants to play in it. Really, really.
No, not me.
Oh, I woke, I got to bed late and I got it up early.
Why?
Oh, what? Oh,
Oh, Haley Mouse, that's her cat attack her hair
too.
Her head. Also,
You know what I learned today, Haley Mouse?
sucking her hair.
Hers gets stiff. I learned why my cats they stop eating when before their bowl is empty. They can see the bottom of their bowl and they will stop eating. And that they'll eat and then do your cats do that?
Oh
no. Oh no. Mine, if they can see the bottom of their bowl, they stop eating. There's still food in there.
Diane, what's your sign name?
Die.
Okay, just die.
Just die. Yeah. I know I was a crazy old hair woman, but literally.
No.
What? My cats? Crazy cats? Old cat woman? Oh, well, I got 3 of them. And if I can get myself a Maine Coon, I'm going to have 4 or 5. I love them. Oh, they're beautiful. Anyway.
Big. They're big.
I know. But these cats, they will eat. But if they see the bottom of their bowl, they will stop. And what it is it's the sensory of their whiskers. If they touch.
I'm going to advise the defendant that
Back from break. I'm going to fix
anything
my
that this
hair.
witness read in another officer's report.
Okay, I'm going to fix my ears. Now you'll understand how I am without my ears.
Are we back?
We were behind. We're behind.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a few more minutes, and I'm going to go bye.
Well, won't you go bye now?
Okay, well, we will talk to you tomorrow. Are you working tomorrow? Good Friday?
Okay, I'm back. Now I'm better.
Are you
yeah, we're on tomorrow, but I'm ending at 5, no matter what.
Okay. Well, I will
5:30.
I
Because I got Monday, Thursday church.
I will be here for part of you tomorrow.
I will send you the link.
All right. Love you. Good night, everybody. Have a good time.
Bye, darling. Love you.
Love you, bye.
I got to kick her out. Kick out the guest. No, I'm kidding. I let her go.
Or he can't testify to whether those things are true
Yeah.
or not, unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed,
chat,
saw,
then I'll
or heard. But again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in.
So when I can hear myself, I'm fine. When I can't hear myself, I'm horrible. Yeah. Somebody said I was faking it yesterday on a replay chat. They go, oh, anybody can talk like a deaf person. I'm all like, bitch, please. I was like, don't get me going. Yeah, I understand it's a whisker thing. Yep. But sometimes cats just see the bottom of something and it's like a flat plate and it's nothing to do with whiskers. I don't know. So, so Haley Mouse, go put it in member chat. Put a video in member chat. I want to see. You may have done it a while ago, but I don't remember. She does. She's wonderful. Beautiful and wonderful, wonderful and beautiful and glorious and holy.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Well, none of the people that you mentioned
Mhm.
were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay. And through your investigation, you found out that, as you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text,
That's what I use for my girl.
which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
I object to the form of the question. Argumentative.
Well, it's also compound. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to any other member of my family?
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
More than one or two?
I don't know.
Okay, but you knew of at least one.
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay. So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it. Is
I
that
did.
correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi. What does Nephi stand for? I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question. Tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you
He's
aware
not
that
running,
4
Boo.
of those books are books of Nephi?
I'm not.
No one. All right, I can't say that. Not everybody is Mormon.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That there's many stories of Nephi. Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
So the very first story is the story that
I'm going to object to testifying.
It sounds that's the way it was going. So please just ask questions.
so you did not read the Book of Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search. Yes.
So you did an internet search and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
He doesn't.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to object as to testifying, and the detective has already indicated or asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
Oh, I zapped her for no thing.
Sorry, I can't remember.
There's 4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
I can only go off of what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there, but based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up
How
consistently.
much you want to bet right about now? Google search for Nephi has just bazillion times doubled. How much you want to bet?
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier that was an order to kill. That I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Ask a damn.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
She's about ready to get her butt handed on her to a silver platter because she's really focused on trying to get get across the story of Nephi to validate what she believes, but the judge and the prosecution keep objecting her. I just want to, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Rawr! I want to scream. I want to scream. I just want to scream.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury. Is that true?
Those were read. There was no explanation as to what it meant.
Hey,
As the
what do you
case
mean by
agent,
that?
what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
I saw the cat
What
member.
do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
None of your
I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the when we were investigating it, it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication. You're just talking?
Correct.
And being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes,
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffett to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee. So we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around the whole entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had the gun in your possession,
Yes.
and you're in a police station.
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested, is that not right?
Yes.
So why didn't you test them?
Because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime. Is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime. Is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things
Objection. Your
as the case
question
agent?
answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked.
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh, she's done.
I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted?
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And it's so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene.
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood.
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there,
Correct.
swipes of blood that might be there,
Correct.
hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat.
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles.
Yes.
And the day after that, as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at the time. We could only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that, make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to mash these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're looking through this, are you
I'm sorry, guys. I was trying so hard to be nice because what was running through my head, I'm having to ask forgiveness for.
then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show
I
conversations
know.
over
Don't say it.
the weeks.
No,
the months.
Addie.
Sometimes
No.
we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene?
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location of the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes.
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it and I'll just hand that right over?
Correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood. And I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No.
So saliva can have it?
Correct.
Sweat?
Correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did
Yep.
not see visible blood,
I did not.
and we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
It would not.
Just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body.
Brilliant.
Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and
No, he
check
does,
out the scene?
He does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene
I was.
and you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground or on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Just had to.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th.
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message.
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others who were aware of who Ned was,
Correct.
what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
So others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did.
Yes.
That's fair. I mean, there are so many things you can say about one character in the Bible, but there's the common stories that a lot of
You asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed.
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one.
Oh, you didn't ask if there was a redirect? He didn't ask for a redirect. Good man. I'll buy you a beer tonight. The judge. Yeah, I think she was. She obviously didn't do good. No, I think she was too. I heard that. All I know, she was on Wheel of Fortune. Who else was on Wheel of Fortune? Wasn't Sarah Boone on Wheel of Fortune? Who? How many? There were several other people on Wheel of Fortune. I did too, Toxic. But what I want to know is there's been about 3 or 4 of these female red drummers who were on the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, and no, Sarah Boone was on a game show of some sort. I guess you have to be a crazy fool to get on a game show. I don't know. I don't think I can. That's as much as I can zoom.
I think we're going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though. Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori What was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. It was an afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that
Yes.
photo?
Yes.
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
All right, so that's been admitted into evidence.
Time is 2:13.
And the next question is the countertop in that picture, do you recognize that as whether or not that's the same countertop at the the Four Peaks address?
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
Okay. Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any. Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred, pull in, as well as sort of what time the phone is showing?
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly, the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor?
All right, you could step down, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its
Yes.
case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
My honey boo said the circus starts tomorrow. Let's see what happens after the jury leaves. Oh, we're got some mess to clean up after the jury leaves, I think. Okay, guys, after the prosecution has presented their case, where do you stand on guilt or innocence?
All right. State's rested, so. Do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my?
Yeah.
Now they pop it back on. That's what you get for trying to leave too early, Court TV. I beg your pardon. I never promised you Rose Garden. Donna Adelson was Wheel of Fortune. Sarah Boone was Nickelodeon. Wendy Adelson, The Weakest Link. And Sarah Boone. Lori Daybell. God, all of y'all are just all the crazies. Yeah, and there was that man on the dating game. I mean, yeah, you got to watch out for these game people. They cray. Yeah, but Christy Alley didn't kill anybody. Oh, that serial person was on a dating game. Did his date survive? Do we know? Is she still alive? I know I'm being a little weird, but it's been a day. I wasn't supposed to be here as early as I was, and I was. It was a long day. I'm trying. My body's trying to get ready for the. Well, thank God I started at 8 o'clock and not 7. Oh, means I can get up at 7, get here by 7:10, get everything done. Oh, Rodney Al Thala? I don't know how to say it. Oh, lucky her. She changed her mind and didn't go with him. Oh, honey boo, you don't know how close you came to death. And the judge is like, girl, I don't have all night to sit here for you to confer with your attorneys. Are you trying to delay getting back to your cell? Y'all know when she gets back to her cell, it's back to the real world.
Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder. There was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So
shown, not showed.
I would like to put that on the record.
All right.
Denied.
State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having an intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to detective and clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell. All of those looking at together in the light most
She was on Nickelodeon as well.
The defendant or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right. If that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury. How long does the state anticipate its closing argument?
Dun, 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 dun. You are done, dun, 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 dun. Holy crap, you're done. We're going to jury closing tomorrow. That means we could be very well done by the time of Karen. But she got nada. You're right, Haley Mountain. She got nada. Oh. See, they failed to get the subpoenas, and that is what happened. And then what she's going to do is she cannot say she had ineffective counsel because she was her own counsel. Oh, what? Yes, JD. She's putting no defense. None. Oh, Oh, been there, done that 100 times, honey boo. Been there and done that 100 times. Prayers for you. Oh, this woman.
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30. Is that enough time?
The state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work?
Get it over with. This
Again,
is a holiday
asking
weekend.
for Monday, but if the
Read
court does not
Tuesday.
allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
Yes, she did. Opening on Tuesday. Opening statements Tuesday, 8 a.m. my time. Her witness ran and hid. They couldn't find him.
Do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock. So
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
No.
All right. We'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
No.
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely. I will let you know.
All right.
No.
Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay.
It's only Wednesday.
Let's meet tomorrow though to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at what's tomorrow? Thursday.
I'm mad.
10:30.
Why are you dragging this
Let's do
out?
it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah.
If I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
on
I
the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 and I think well,
11.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions.
11:15 for us.
If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so we can be
Friday.
I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
No, it isn't Easter weekend. Get the jury in and get it over with. Well, Friday is usually a holiday for a lot of people, so the court may have a holiday on Friday. I get where he's going with this, but no, I am. Karen Reed is, well, some people have off on Monday. It just depends on who you are, what agency you're with, whatever. But now Karen Reed starts Tuesday. They're going tomorrow and Monday. Well, closing arguments, maybe the jury can deliberate and be done like done. Lord have mercy. Okay, guys. So we'll be here for the jury instructions if it's live, probably between 11 and 11:45 in the morning. And then we'll be off tomorrow afternoon when they're done. We'll be off on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I am not doing the members only live because that is Easter Sunday. I want to be with my family. And then Monday, we will be back here for the Lori Daybell shenanigan. Yeah. You guys have been simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than. Anyway, all of you have been fabulous. I want to thank everybody so much. We had we had 2 new members earlier today. We need to do the drawing. We need to do the giveaway drawing before we leave. And let me close out some of these windows because I got a lot of windows open. This is BS. But leave it to Lori to make life difficult for everyone. She's doing it because she likes getting out of jail for the day. Nice, Haley Mouse. I wish my work gave us those days off. Yeah. Bye, y'all. Well, Addie, we got to do the giveaway. Rebuttal in 3 words. She did it. Amen. All right. Let's get this giveaway under wraps or whatever you want to call it. Let's get it. Let's do it. And then, Candace, hello. Congrats. We'll do one more. We had so many entries. We had 20. 21? We had 20. Jesse, you got into. Congratulations, the 2 of you. We are done for the time. Please, y'all go over to anybody wants to see the Mancoon do fetch. Go over to my Discord. Go into the members chat. You can see the great video. Oh, of course, no instructions tomorrow. Finish on Monday. Verdict's going to be a quick one. God, I hope. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We appreciate you. You are amazing. We will see you in the morning and with bells on. Look about 11:15-ish, 11:30-ish. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'll come on within about 5-10 minutes of their coming on. And then we'll finish up for the weekend. This weekend, we will not be having members only live again. I want to spend time with family. And I want you to spend time with family. And if you really get bored, go back and watch one of my other ones. Anyway, see you in the morning. Thank you, guys. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.